We will be. The International Criminal Court is now in session. Ludian sa Corpo na Ontasio. Ito word. Please be seated. Wait,
Thank you very much. Court officer, the case, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Republic of Kenya, in the case of the prosecutor against William Samuel Ruto and Joshua Arap Seng, ICC 0109-0111. We are in open session.
Thank you. Appearances.
Thank you, Your Honours. For the prosecution, appearances remain the same, save that Yasmina Suljanovic replaces Grace Go as case manager.
Good morning, Your Honours. On our side, our appearance remains the same. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honours. Mr. Sang's team remains the same.
Good morning, Mr. President. Your Honours, Mr. Ruto's team remains the same.
Thank you very much. And in Nairobi, Mr. Mutai, I see that you are present.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for the witness. Mr. Fowl, witness, you will continue with the witness. Before that, again, give us an indication of what we expect in terms of time, completion of the exercise.
Mr. President, my aim is to finish as at the end of this first session. In the event that is not possible, I would not take more than 20 minutes of the second session.
And Mr. Kiginkatwa?
Mr. President, I still propose to complete within one session of 1.5 hours.
So far, Mrs. Steinberg, do you see a need to re-examine that far?
Your Honours, there are some isolated aspects I do intend to return to, which may involve calling up some defence exhibits. I'll try to be as efficient as possible. I expect maybe 15 to 20 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Fowl. Witness, welcome back. And Mr. Fowl will continue asking you questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We are now in open session. Mr. Fowl, we remain here in open?
Yes, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Witness, and welcome back.
Good morning and thank you.
May I remind you that you are still under oath? Do you understand?
Yes.
And please also remember the advice they had given you to listen carefully to the questions asked before you answer the question. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, when we closed on Friday, we were talking about the ODM rally in Kapkatet on 21 December, in which Honorable Raila Odinga was said to have arrived at 2 p.m. and accompanied by Honorable William Ruto, among others. Do you remember that?
Yes.
This morning, I wish to first talk about the youth rally you mentioned in your diary as having taken place at Honorable Ruto's house on 24 December 2007. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in your second statement, that is tab 2 in your honours binders, and OTP Exhibit 133, paragraph 29, there you stated that I have entered at 24 December 2007 in my diary, and then certain events that I would not read out. And then you continued by saying that a youth rally at Ruto's home. And then you went on to say, I entered this in my 2007 diary sometime before this date, and I later transferred this to the 2008 diary. I entered the youth rally at Ruto in the 2008 diary in that same day, in the evening, I entered youth rally at Ruto's home in my 2007 diary, perhaps a few days later. That is what you told the prosecution. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So, in your statement to the prosecution, there was a youth rally on 24 December rather, at Honorable Ruto's house in 2007. That's what you said, wasn't it?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, I would like to play a video for you, and then I'll follow it up with questions. Could you kindly play KEN-D09-0020-0009? It's a document that's been MFI'd previously. It's MFI-D09-00040. And the translation is contained in tab 37 of your honors binder, and it's KEN-D09-0020-0031.
Mr. Fall, is the video public?
Yes, it is public.
Thank you.
Haya, tumemaliza. Sasa tukaribishe kijana chipukizi William Ruto.
You may stop it there. Mr. Witness, this video was shot on 24 December 2007, and this was the last ODM rally before the election. Ruto was in Nairobi in this function and not at his home holding a youth rally. What do you say to that?
I accept.
Mr. President, this is a document that had been seen previously, and we admitted it together with several newspapers which showed the date of the rally. I do not wish to go over that point because it's a matter that had previously been dealt with. And I can just cite the ERN numbers for your honest reference later. But I just want to leave this point at that and move on. And Mr. Witness, before I move further, could you tell us why you accept?
Because in my diary I'd say that I wrote it last year. So it was not true.
At the time you spoke to the prosecution, were you in fact aware that on 24 December 2007, Honorable William Ruto and ODM members were holding their final rally in Nairobi?
I was not aware.
And that's why you lied about that date, was it? The reason?
Yes.
And Mr. President, just for the record, the document I talked about is the Daily Nation article of 25th December 2007. It is KEN-D09-0020-0006. Mr. Witness, I would now move on. Perhaps before I do that, I should. This document too had been previously MFI'd, This time around, Mr. President, perhaps I should ask that it be exhibited. The video speaks for itself. It's KEN-D090020-0009 together with the transcript. But let's first start with the video.
Your Honours, my learned friend has not laid any basis for a change in the status of this video based on the 3 seconds he played for this witness. The witness wasn't at that rally. He can't comment.
That's a fair observation, Mr. President. Perhaps I just assumed that it shouldn't be a difficult. Mr. Witness, did you see any images of the ODM final rally held at Nyayo Stadium?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. And Mr. President, since the document had been previously MFI'd, I would not ask for anything to be done with it any further, since I do agree that the objection with regards to exhibiting it is a valid point. Excuse me, Mr. President, let me consult. Mr. President, my colleagues have just suggested to me to raise the concern that the prosecution has had this video for 7 months or more, and the relevant newspapers that support the assertions contained in this video. Yet they did not bother to investigate this and decided to lead evidence which directly runs afoul to this particular video. But that said, I'll move on to the next issues. And Mr. Witness, the other issue you talked about in your diary was a 26 November women visit to Honorable Ruto at his home in Sugoi. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And this is contained in paras 31 and 32 of your diary, and of the statement, excuse me. And do you recall telling the prosecution that a woman died during the stampede at Honorable Ruto's house on this day?
Which statement
Yes.
now?
The second statement, Mr. President, it's tab 2 of your binder, the exhibit 133 of the prosecution exhibits, and it's KEN-OTP-0109-0071. And Mr. Witness, you said in describing this event that you heard that a woman was accidentally crushed to death in the crowd at Honorable Ruto's home. There was a stampede. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, it's your evidence that Honorable Ruto used to hold this event on a yearly basis. Mr. President, perhaps for the record, there's a correction that needs to be made. It is 26 December on page 7, line 6. 26 December and not 26 November. Mr. Witness, are we together? I am talking about 26 December, an event you said took place at Honorable Ruto's home. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it's your evidence that Honorable Ruto used to hold this event on a yearly basis, right?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, I want to play a video for you, and then I would follow it up with some questions. It's KEN -D09.
Mr. Fowl.
Yes, Mr. President.
When you say it says evidence, do you mean?
I mean in his statement, Mr. President. I must have misspoke. In his statement.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
May I play this video, KEN -D09 -0036 -0065, and the translation, Mr. President, is contained in tab 38. That is KEN -D09 -0036 -0066.
Kindly play the video.
Took its campaigns to Mombasa, Kisumu, and Eldoret. In Mombasa, the party's meeting was nearly disrupted by a group of rowdy youth. The party maintains that a Majimbo system of government will make Kenya a better place.
ODM leaders who included Najib Balala and Hassan Joho at the Kongoya market on a Meet the People tour. Business came to a standstill when the two arrived and immediately embarked on a tour of the market while interacting with the traders. The two were here to assure traders that if the ODM party wins the election, their current status would be improved. But as the leaders prepared to leave, chaos erupted briefly as supporters of ODM clashed with those of ODM Kenya and PNU. However, there were no injuries or damages as the supporters mostly engaged in a war of words. The ODM leaders later met a section of church leaders at the coast who vowed to support ODM. The group, calling itself Churches for Change, wants ODM leaders to ensure that they make good their promises to Kenyans. Also in Eldoret, ODM Pentagon member William Ruto hosted a group of women from the area where he said the current system of centralized government had slowed down development in the rural areas.
Wale wanaopinga serikali ya mashinani ama serikali ya majimbo ni matajiri na watu ambao hawaamini uchumi wa Kenya hii inapaswa kuwa katika mikono ya kina mama na vijana.
Ruto wonder
Mr. Witness, this was the only women's meeting at Honorable Ruto's house in 2007, and this took place in October. What do you say to that?
I will agree.
And Mr. Witness, are you aware that in Kenya it is unlawful to hold a political meeting, a political rally, 2 days before the election? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are you aware of that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
And 26 December 2007 would have been 1 day before the election of 2007, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, if Honorable Ruto had held a women's meeting in his home of such a size that there was a stampede in which one woman died, such an event would have been reported in the press, would it not?
Disallowed. That's an argumentative question.
Mr. President, I missed what you just said.
That was an argument.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll rephrase the question. Mr. Witness, you agree that if Honorable Ruto had held...
There you go again, Mr. Fowl. Always the signal is the if.
Mr. Witness, there was no report of this event in the newspapers, was it?
I don't know.
I put it to you, Mr. Witness, that the event you talked about did not take place at all. What do you say to that?
I agree that it never took place at all.
And where did you get this story from about a woman killed in a stampede at Ruto's home?
It was my own creation.
Well, Mr. Fowl, the question shouldn't have been asked. The witness said he had. According to this statement, do we need to ask him where he got it from?
I mean about the stampede. He heard that a woman died, and but I guess your observation was a fair one, Mr. President. And the witness did answer the question. In case, I'll move on, Mr. President, if that is all right. And Mr. Witness, the other thing you talked about in your statement was the powers of Honorable William Ruto. I am referring...
Do we have your microphone?
Yes, it's on.
Yeah.
It is on, Mr. President.
All right, now I can hear.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, I would... Perhaps before I move on, I should ask that this video be admitted into evidence. Mr. President, it's a news video. It was a news item by NTV, and that by itself gives it sufficient indicia of reliability. It was not produced for the purposes of litigation. It was contemporaneous with the events, Mr. President. And on that basis, we ask that it be admitted into evidence. It is KEN-GO9-0036-0065.
Mr. Steinberg?
No objection, Your Honor.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
The video will be admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
And, Mr. President, may I also ask that the transcript...
Let her finish with...
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The document KEN-D09-0036-0065, public, will bear the number EVD T D09-00258.
Mr. President, may I ask that the transcript contained in tab 38, KEN-D09-0036-0066 be also admitted into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor, subject to the normal caveat.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The public document KEN-D09-0036-0066 will bear the number EVD T D09-00259.
And Mr. Witness, do you realize that when you gave your statement to the prosecution, after talking about your biographical information, your diaries, and your motivation, the next thing you talked about, without even discussing the PEV, was Honorable William Ruto? Do you realize that?
Yes.
That would be paragraph 20, Mr. President. And Mr. Witness, why did you do that?
Your Honours, I wonder if this is a fair question, bearing in mind that this is a statement which was taken by OTP investigators, and no doubt the investigators would have been putting questions to the witness. The structure of the statement is not something of the witness's making.
Mr. President, the statement is not just taken out of the blue. It is taken on the basis of the existence of certain facts. That is what the witness is telling the prosecution. The witness was the person who was present in that interview. My learned friend opposite was not present, neither was I. He should be able to explain how and why that happened. Only that we find it odd that is what happened. The witness is in a position to explain why that happened.
But the prosecutor objected on the basis of certain expertise he would have about how things are done in the OTP and how lawyers do things, in fact, when they take information from a witness and for purposes of litigation and arrange it a certain way.
Mr. President, fortunately, I also have that same expertise, and from both angles, from the investigative angle and from the prosecution angle. And I find this odd. Perhaps the witness should be given an opportunity to explain why he just suddenly went to talk about William Ruto without even talking about the PVV. What was the motivation? Was there any particular reason?
The objection is sustained.
I'll move on, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, you indicated to the OTP that Honorable William Ruto was referred to as Kirgit, which literally means bull in Kalenjin. And you also said it meant king. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, as far as you know, do Kalenjins have king?
They don't have.
And even though you are aware that Kalenjins don't have kings, you refer to Honorable Ruto as king.
Yes.
Now, where are you looking at?
I am looking at paragraph 21 of 20 or 21 of his first statement, Mr. President.
Paragraph 20.
Yes. Paragraph 20, just a moment, Mr. President.
It is at paragraph 20.
Yes, paragraph 20, Mr. President. And why did you do that?
It was to show that William Ruto was so influential.
And you supported that assertion by giving an example of a politician who won elections because of Honorable Ruto's support in 2002. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, in 2002, didn't Honorable Ruto campaign or led the campaign for Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta under the KANU ticket?
Yes, he led.
Did Honorable Kenyatta win the elections?
No.
What do you mean by no? He lost, didn't he?
Yes, he lost.
And Mr. Witness, do you know a person called Isaac Mayo?
Yes, I know him.
Did he contest in the last elections, the URP nominations? Are you aware?
Can you hold up on that and return to that question later? But do we have information as to how well Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta fared in the Rift Valley region in the polling of 2002?
I did not have that information, Mr. President, and that's the reason why I just moved away from it.
Yes, but that should have been there, shouldn't it?
I agree, Mr. President.
Yes.
My understanding is that Kibaki was leading in the rift, but
you need to put...
I agree, Mr. President. I did not have the information. Perhaps I should not have put in that question. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, you know a person called Isaac Mayo? Do you?
Yes, I know him.
Did he contest for the URP nomination for Parliament?
Yes.
Do you know whether Isaac Mayo received the support of Honorable William Ruto or not?
I don't know.
And do you know Honorable Biseinei Elisha?
Yes, I know him.
And do you know whether Biseinei received the support of Honorable Ruto?
I don't know.
Well, Mr. Witness, I put it to you that Honorable Ruto supported Isaac Mayo, and he lost. What do you say to that?
I don't know. But I know Isaac Mayo lost.
Do you know...
What seat now?
It's the nomination for the URP party for the Member of Parliament for Turbo.
Sorry, Your Honours, in which election are we still talking about? 2002?
No, we're talking about 2013 elections. And do you know Dr. Julius Bitok?
Yes, I know him.
Do you know his relationship with Honorable Ruto?
I don't know.
Do you know that Dr. Julius Bitok contested against Honorable Jackson Mandago for the URP nomination for Governor of Uasin Gishu in 2013?
Yes, I know.
And you are not aware, Mr. Witness, that Dr. Julius Bitok received the support of Honorable William Ruto?
I was not aware.
But you are aware that Honorable Jackson Mandago won that election?
Yes, I am aware.
Can you spell the names? Bitok, for instance, this is trouble in the transcript for the spelling.
Bitok is B-I-T-O-K. Dr. Julius Bitok. Bitok, B-I-T-O-K. And Honorable Jackson Mandago. Mandago is spelled M-A-N-D-A-G-O. And Mr. Witness, you know Honorable David Koros, don't you?
I have heard of him.
And are you aware that he was a member of Parliament for Eldoret South, while Honorable Ruto was member of Parliament for Eldoret North?
Yes, I am aware.
And are you aware that Honorable David Koros was friends with Honorable William Ruto?
No, I don't know.
And are you aware that Honorable David Koros lost the ODM nomination in 2007 to Honorable Peris Simam?
Yes, I know.
And Mr. Witness, I'll give you other examples. Honorable Mr. Sirma was a very close friend of Honorable William Ruto. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are you aware that in 2007 he received the support of Honorable William Ruto?
Yes.
And Honorable Musa Sirma lost to Honorable Moses Lesonet in the Eldama Ravine 2007 ODM nomination. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness...
What's the transcript, Mr. Fowl?
Yes, Eldama Ravine, paragraph sorry, page 17, line 25. Eldamaravine is Eldamaravine, Eldamaravine, and Lesonet is Lesonet. And Mr. Witness, you know Honorable Joseph Lagat, do you?
Yes, I know.
David Koros, line 15, is Koros, K-O-R-O-S. And David Koros lost to Honorable Peris Simam, P-E-R-I-S, Simam, S-I-M-A-M. And moving on, Mr. Witness, you know Honorable Joseph Lagat, don't you?
Yeah, I know him.
And he was Member of Parliament together with Honorable William Ruto, correct?
Yes.
And they are friends, aren't they? Are you aware of that?
I don't know if they are friends.
Are you aware that in 2007, the nomination for ADM, Member of Parliament for Eldoret East, that Honorable William Ruto supported Honorable Joseph Lagat? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And Honorable Joseph Lagat lost to Honorable Margaret Kamar. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Kamar is K-A-M-A-R. So, Mr. Witness, when you told the prosecution that Kalenjins would support the person Ruto told them to support, you were lying to the prosecution, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, Mr. Witness, for most of the time, candidates that Honorable Ruto comes out to openly support often lose. And, Mr. Witness, it is the case that the only land you have is your share in your family land and nothing more?
Yes.
And, sir, your financial situation as a whole is a very difficult one, is it not?
It is.
And this is, sir, the reason why the person you call the lady, or her promises of money and better life for yourself and your children, seduced you to give false evidence. Is that the case?
Yes.
And, Mr. Witness, I note that your first substantive interview took place from July 6 to 8 in 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did you receive any money from the prosecution during this period you were meeting with them for accommodation and travel or for whatever purpose?
Yes.
Do you recall how much you received, sir?
No, I don't recall.
You were paid cash, were you not?
Yes, I was paid cash.
And after the meeting, after spending or after expenditures, you had some amount left, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how much was left?
No, I don't recall.
Did you have to provide the prosecution with any receipts for this payment, sir?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Your Honor, sir, we're looking at tab 90, that is KEN-OTP-0138-0059, and I note that there is no mention in this.
1 second. Tab what?
Tab 90.
90.
Yes, Mr. President. We note Mr. President, that in tab 90, there is no record of payments made to this witness with respect to his meeting with the prosecution from 6 to 8 July 2013. So, Mr. President, we apply that this document, the OTP witness-related expenses, be admitted into evidence.
Mr. Steinberg?
Your Honours, I have no objection to the admission of this document.
Your Honour, I have no objection.
The document will be admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The confidential document KEN-OTP 0138-0059 will bear the number EVD T D09000260.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Now, Mr. Witness, let me move on to another meeting you had with the OTP. And we understand that the interview date was 13 November 2013, and you were interviewed from 11:45 a.m. to 9 p.m. Do you accept that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
In fact, this is the subject of your statement contained in tab 38, that is KEN-OTP-0117-1019. And Mr. Witness, did the prosecution give you any money with respect to that meeting for accommodation, allowances, or other expenses?
Yes.
Do you recall how much you were given, Mr. Witness?
No.
Did you have anything left after expenses?
Yes.
Do you recall how much?
No.
Did you have to provide receipts to the OTP?
No.
Your Honor, we again note that the payments to the witness for the 13 November interview are missing in the schedule that was provided. This schedule has just been admitted into evidence, so perhaps we can ask Mr. Steinberg to...
What did you refer to?
Mr. President, tab 90, the document that had just been admitted into evidence, is the schedule of payments by the OTP to the witness. Not VWU, schedule of payments by the OTP.
At tab 90?
Yes, Mr. President. A perusal of it would not show this payment that the witness talked about. That is his meeting with the prosecution on 13 November 2007.
Your Honor, I may just point out that the 13 November 2007 interview was an interview in the Article 70 investigation that would, in normal circumstances, have been captured on a separate schedule. But I'll have a look into that and see what's going on.
Mr. President, we believe that that is something that should have been disclosed, at least to the defense.
Prosecutors say they will look at the matter and see what they can find.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll move on. Mr. Witness, I note from your affidavit, that is paragraph 11 of your affidavit, contained in Ken OTP -01135 tab 55, Mr. President. That in September 2013, OTP investigators told you to relocate from where you lived to Nairobi due to security reasons. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, you made complaints to the OTP about your security situation or risk you were facing during that period, did you?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, was it true that you were facing any security issues in September 2013 or prior to that?
I was only fearing that if the name is disclosed, it would not be good.
Mr. Witness, isn't the truth that you did not have any security issues which required you to move?
Don't answer the question now, witness. We'll go into private session.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to move into private session if he said yes, but this is a good time to go into private session.
We are now in private session. Mr. Fall, please. We're in open session, Mr. President.
So, Mr. Witness, just to confirm, you are receiving approximately 77,000 Kenya shillings every 2 weeks, correct?
Yes.
The prosecution has disclosed to us that they were paying you a sum of more than $900 twice a month between December 2013 and April 2014, just for subsistence allowance. That is more than 82,000 Kenya shillings twice a month for subsistence allowance, Mr. Witness, for the relevant period of December to April 2014. That is correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And for the month of January 2014, the prosecution tells us that they paid you subsistence allowance totaling to 1,868. This is about 165,000 Kenya shillings for the month of January for subsistence allowance. Do you agree? It's $1,868, which is about 165,000 Kenya shillings for January. Do you agree?
Yes.
And can you help us understand, Mr. Witness, does this include monies for rent, school fees, or was that separate?
It includes.
And Mr. Witness, an amount of over 165,000 shillings that you received for January alone, is that is what you would earn for over a period of 2 years, Mr. Witness, in your previous situation?
Objection argumentative.
I mean, the maths is there to be done, but the witness has answered. I'll move on. And the witness said yes. And looking at the records provided to us by the prosecution, we see that in April 2014 alone, you received the sum of US dollars 3,015 which is about 267,000 Kenya shillings. Is that right, Mr. Witness?
No.
Well, the prosecution documents indicate that this is what you received, $3,015.77, which is about 200.
Well, you see, the thing is you're asking compound questions, maybe one at a time. I realize you want to finish quickly, but
yes.
still.
I would break it up. The prosecution told us that you received $3,015 US, equivalent to 267,000 Kenyan
So
shillings.
let's take, did they receive dollars or shillings? One at a time. All this conversion may be complicating matters.
Your Honours, if I can maybe just assist, the witness obviously would have received the local currency of wherever the expenses were incurred. For reasons of not identifying the locations of various meetings, they are converted into dollars for the purpose of the schedules at the prevailing exchange rates at the time of the payment. So the exchange rates at today's date might not be the same.
Mr. Witness, did you receive 267,000 Kenya shillings in April or thereabout?
I don't remember.
Sir, we only have records of payments made by the prosecution. We do not know the total amounts you have received from the Victims and Witness Unit. Do you understand me?
Yes.
And from the records provided to us by the prosecution, it shows that between December 2013 and April 2014, the amount of money that has been given to you as subsistent allowance only amounts to $5,186 US, or equivalent to 460,000 Kenya shillings in 5 months. You accept that, Mr. Witness?
Yeah, I believe it is true.
In addition to the subsistence allowance, did the prosecution or VWU give you monies for any other purpose?
No.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Witness, that for the standards that you are used to and the lifestyle you have, which the prosecution accepts, was a struggle for you, such sums of money is exorbitant? Would you agree?
Objection argumentative, Your Honour.
Mr. President, I think the witness is able to answer for himself whether this is exorbitant or not.
Objection sustained.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If you can reformulate it in a way that's not argumentative, you may take a shot at it. But that question was.
Mr. Witness, were you surprised at the amounts of money you were being paid?
Yes.
And it is this kind of money, sir, that you described in your testimony earlier as fantastic and wonderful, monies which led you to tell lies against Honorable William Ruto?
Yes.
Sir, we were told by the prosecution, or excuse me, let me reformulate. Were you told by the prosecution or the VWU that they would assist you to set up life after you testified? For example, to assist you to set up a business? Were you told that?
Yes.
Were you asked to provide a business plan or a proposal to set yourself up in life?
No.
This assistance they were to give you after your testimony, do you recall what it entails? Could you tell the court?
Yes, I was told that they were going to assist me as I look for an option in life that will make me meet my requirements, and they were ready to assist me in any plan that I was to propose to them.
Did you eventually propose a plan to them?
No.
Sir, I looked at paragraphs marked 1. May I refer to defense bundle, tab 85, KEN-OTP-0138-0062, specifically at page 63. And Mr. Witness, I look specifically at the paragraph marked 1. It could be displayed for the witness, but not broadcast out of the transmission room, please. It's KEN-OTP-0138-0063. And sir, this is what it says.
The document is being presented to the witness.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. And paragraph 1 says, VWU did not clear the 28,000 Kenya shillings at the hotel where ... stays with his family. Instead, ... received a phone call from redacted and then from redacted inviting him to a meeting. He only received 3,000 Kenya shillings for this trip.
Hold on,
location.
Mr. Fowl. Hold on. A private session for a quick moment.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. And Mr. Witness, the document reads, VWU did not clear the 28,000 Kenya shillings bill at the hotel where P604 stays with his family. Instead, P604 received a phone call from redacted and then from redacted inviting him for a meeting in redacted. He only received 3,000 Kenya shillings for this trip to redacted, nothing else. So, Mr. Witness, can you explain what that was about and why the VWU did not pay your claimed hotel bill of 28,000 Kenya shillings and only gave you 3,000 Kenya shillings?
Witness, hold on. We go to private session.
We are in open session, Mr. President.
Continue, Mr. Fowl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, and looking at point 3 of the same document, it says, perhaps for this, Mr. President, I should just go back to private session.
Right, private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. So, Mr. Witness, we just want you to give an estimate. Between June 2013 to date, can you tell the court, apart from subsistence allowance and paying of personal loans, did you receive any other monies from the ICC?
No.
Are you able to estimate from the time you came into contact with the prosecution to date, that is 27 June to date, what is the total sum of money you have received from the ICC, be it prosecution or VW, the sum total you have received?
I can't estimate that now.
Rough idea, hundreds of thousands of shillings? Million?
Should be hundreds.
Hundreds of thousands, you mean to say?
Yes. Yes.
And you are surprised by those payments, weren't you?
Mr. Fal, do you have figures you can put to the witness?
Mr. President, we cannot tell. We have put to the witness what's been disclosed to us, and that's the sum total I recall was about 5,186. That is for subsistence allowance. That's for subsistence allowance alone. In US dollars, 5,186, which is 460,000 Kenya shillings for 5 months. There are other payments, of course, which we do not know about. And VWU payments are not included.
Why don't you start with that? See what the witness says for that figure.
Mr. Witness, I had asked you previously that between December 2013 to April 2014, according to the documents provided by the prosecution, you are paid only for subsistence allowance the sum of 5,186 United States dollars, which is equivalent to at least 460,000 Kenya shillings. What do you say to that?
Yes, it can be true.
Mr. Fal, can you explain what's in subsistence allowance? What is contemplated by that? Through questioning of the witness.
Yes. Mr. Witness, can you explain what these sums of money were intended for? And please remember we are in public session.
Yes, it was for accommodation and daily activities.
Did it include school fees?
I don't know if it included school fees.
Actually, according to the disclosure by the prosecution, it involved transport, food and beverage. Is that right?
Yes.
Communication. Is that right?
Yes.
Accommodation.
Yes.
Hold on, Mr. President. Let me just consult with my colleagues.
Your Honours, I think my learned friend's mistaken. According to the schedule, where it says transportation, food, beverage, accommodation, these will normally be expenses for when the witness had to travel for meetings to meet with the OTP. The subsistence allowance covers the witness's daily living expenses in his relocated location.
Mr. President, actually, if you look at the disclosure, the amounts expended on this witness amounted to $11,406 by both the VWU and the prosecution. And the sums I had cited relate only to subsistence allowance. So occasionally it says subsistence allowance in relocation. So those are the only sums that I have mentioned. But the total sums, according to the OTP disclosure, expended on this witness would amount to $11,406. Perhaps I can move on, Mr. President.
Yes, you should.
So, Mr. Witness, I would now move on to other issues. Mr. President, perhaps before I do so, this is a convenient time to stop. Perhaps I would have to go back on my promise. I still have a few issues to address. And I had also spoken to Mr. Katwa-Kigen that between the two teams we can share the rest of the time for the next session. And hopefully we would be able, well, at least I think I should be able to finish in 30 or 40 minutes at the most. Thank you, Mr. President.
Your Honor, yes, perhaps I can just correct, sorry, this monitor. Correct my learned friend. The schedule, there was a second schedule disclosed on the 28th of August relating to the Article 70 expenses, including the interview on the 13th of November 2013. The reference is KenOTP 01380509. My learned friend can perhaps familiarize himself with that over the break.
And while we're in that, in light of the time pressure or time questions, do you anticipate that we will start with the next witness today?
Your Honours, I've been informed by the VW that it would not be possible to start with the witness today.
All right, then let's leave it at that. So that may give you more time to explore what you need to explore after you've seen the material that the prosecutor has just brought to your attention. We will adjourn and come back in 30 minutes.
All rise. We will.
All rise. Vous vous levez. Please be seated. Vous vous asseoir.
Thank you very much. My apologies for the delay. I needed to finalize an opinion in another case. Thank you. Mr. Farr, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask just one question in public session, then I will move on to private session. Mr. Witness, when you testified on Thursday, 4th September, and I'm referring to the transcript at page 77, line 25, to page 78, lines 2, this is what you told the judges. That one of the reasons you gave a false statement to the prosecution, and I quote, was because I have been against Ruto from the beginning. Naturally, so that hatred that I had on Ruto also provoked me to give false statement. You recall that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Mr. President, may I ask that we go into private session?
Private session.
Mr. President, I will request for the assistance of the court officer.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, I was requesting for the assistance of the court officer to distribute the binders. Thank you. Now, how are you, Mr. Witness?
I am fine, Mr. Keegan.
Now, I'll start my cross-examination with what you said in the course of your testimony on the 8th of September 2014 at page 81 to page 84, at which you described your relationship with Mr. Sang. Now, the first question I wish to ask you is whether you know Mr. Sang.
No, I don't know him.
And have you ever listened to any of his programs?
No.
And would you be in a position to recognize his voice if you heard it?
Yes, I can recognize.
Okay, we will come back to that. Now, I want to ask you a little about the history of you being identified for purposes of being a prosecution witness. I am aware that we are in a public session, and so I'll be careful with my questions. I'll request that you do the same in your answers. Could you confirm that it is your testimony that your first encounter with the prosecution was on the 27th of June 2013?
I had said that I don't remember exact date that we started speaking with the OTP.
However, you will recall that you testified that you had a telephone conversation sometime before you went into an interview with them face to face, isn't it?
Yes.
And you recall, Mr. Witness, that you met them approximately a month after the telephone conversation, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, could you confirm that in fact in the initial telephone interview that you had with the prosecution, you had not made any mention of Mr. Sang?
I really don't remember that.
Mr. President, I will request to make reference to this. I'll request that we go briefly to our private session.
Private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Now, Mr. Witness, I want us to look at what you said at paragraph 47 of your statement about Mr. Sang. And that the reference is Ken-OTB-0109 at page 026. And this is what you said. Mr. Witness, would you like to have that paragraph pulled out to you first before I read?
You can just read.
Thank you. Now, this is what you said. Tirop.
We are in the open session, you know that? Just warning you.
Yes, Mr. President. It has nothing that is revealing there, Mr. President. I have considered that. Thank you. Mr. Witness, you've mentioned two names. I'll just, out of abundant caution, I'll not say their names. One person and then the second one. Announced the rally through a loudspeaker on a vehicle which traveled around the area. It is possible that the rally was also advertised through KAS FM, but I did not hear. At that stage, I was not really listening to KAS FM anymore because I did not like the provocative statements and incitements against the Kikuyu and the PNU supporters by Mr. Sang. Can you see, you recall saying that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Now, the first question I want you to confirm for the record of the court is that, in fact, it is your position that you actually did not hear this meeting being announced through KAS FM?
Yes.
Now, you have proceeded to give an explanation as to why, according to you, you did not hear. You say it is because, and I quote what you said, I did not like the provocative statements and incitements against the Kikuyu and the PNU supporters by Mr. Sang. Mr. Witness, do you still maintain that is the reason why you did not hear the announcement of this rally, if at all it was made?
No.
Could you explain in your own words what explanation there is for the unlikelihood of you having heard if it was advertised at all?
One is that that meeting was not there. So saying that it was being advertised by a vehicle was false. So I can confirm that the likelihood of it that it was broadcasted in KAS FM is not there, because that meeting, in fact, was not there.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Your position is that that rally was not there and so could not have been advertised. However, whatever broadcast was being made in December 2007, could you have heard them, Mr. Witness?
No.
And what is the reason, Mr. Witness?
Sorry?
What would be the reason why you would not have heard anything broadcast by KAS FM in the period December 2007, which is the period relevant to that paragraph 47?
I had said earlier that I was a fan of Radio Citizen. So most of the time, when I could tune on my radio, I will go direct to Radio Citizen. I didn't. I was not a fan of KAS FM.
Now, I would like you to be shown the subsequent paragraphs that I want to deal with. Paragraph 187 to paragraph 184. Paragraph 179 to paragraph 184, and those run from Ken-OTP-0109-0047 to Ken-OTP-0109-0048. If the court officer in Nairobi could kindly pull it up.
Mr. Sang, paragraph 179 is being shown to the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, I'll ask the court officer to take you to page 0048, which reflects paragraph 181 to paragraph 188.
Mr. Sang, the witness can see paragraph 181.
Okay, thank you, but my name is Keegan, not Sang. Now, you can...
Apologies, Mr. Keegan.
That's okay, thank you. Mr. Witness, you can see that at the bottom of that page, we are dealing with page 30 of 32, isn't it? You can see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, you will agree that the issue of Mr. Sang was captured in the last part of your statement to the prosecution, isn't it? It was the last item you discussed with the prosecution.
Yes.
Now, may I ask you, the issue of Mr. Sang, was it you, how did it come, how did you end up discussing it? Was it the testimony that you had carried with you? Under what circumstances did it come up?
Yes, I had said earlier that when we were discussing that lady, she told me that when presenting your testimony, you should at least mention Mr. Sang, so that it will carry more weight, because it will be now dealing, it will be a case for the two, that is Mr. Ruto and Mr. Sang. So I had to look on my own means of actually mentioning about Mr. Sang.
So the importance of mentioning Mr. Sang is at the instance of an advice given to you by the person who identified you as a potential prosecution witness, isn't it?
Yes.
And in your affidavit, you refer to that relationship between yourself and that lady as being a situation where she recruited you, isn't it?
Exactly.
Now, my question, I would like to still ask you that question more directly and more pointedly, Mr. Witness. At this meeting where you gave this statement, and we've already mentioned the date, which I do not want to mention in public, you were seated with investigators, isn't it?
Yes.
Was the lady present in that meeting?
She wasn't.
So, was it yourself who initiated the subject of Mr. Sang, or how did it come up in the course of that interview?
After discussing about Ruto, the investigators asked me what I could say about Mr. Sang. And that is what I told them.
So it is your testimony that the subject of Mr. Sang was at the instance of the investigators that please say something about Mr. Sang.
Yes.
And after asking you to say something about Mr. Sang, did they proceed to ask you, you have approximately, you have done that at paragraph 179 to paragraph 184, approximately 6 paragraphs. Were the details that you have featured in those paragraphs also a result of questions, or it is you who narrated them without the intervention of questions?
It was mostly questions.
Now, Mr. Witness, you have at paragraph 179 to paragraph 181 discussed issues that relate to KAS-FM in the period 2005. You have subsequent to that at paragraph 182 to 184 discussed issues that relate to the period of 2007, and I would like to ask you specific questions about what you say at paragraph 182 to 184. But could you confirm, do you stand by what you said at paragraph 179 to 181 of the statement? Should I ask the question again?
Yes, I was going through.
Is there any particular proposition in it you want to put to him to see if he confirms it?
Mr. Witness, on the court record, and I have particular reference to what you said on the 8th of July 2014 at page 81 to page 83, transcript number 131, you had said that you were not listening to KAS FM, and you've repeated that this morning, isn't it?
Yes.
You also said that you didn't listen to KAS FM since its inception, isn't it?
Yes.
And so the things that you've said in paragraph 179 to 181 being things that you allege you heard from KAS FM, are they things that you personally heard and are aware of?
No.
Mr. President, I'd avoided asking a direct proposition because of your order that we should be circumspect in asking leading questions.
Proceed.
If the transcript page 69, line 12 could be corrected, I said you didn't listen to KAS FM. I think the transcript didn't get that. Now, just before I deal with paragraph 182 to 184, I want you to look at paragraph 181. Can you see that, Mr. Witness? I'll request the court officer to assist to you, point out to you paragraph 181.
Yes, I have seen.
Mr. Witness, you have said, I'm interested in the last 4 lines, but let me just, the line starting with Chamke, can you see where you said Chamke is owned by Akikuyu Wachira Waruru? As previously mentioned, the Kikuyu were supporting the banana. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I have seen.
Mr. Witness, you said that when you're recording the statement as a statement of fact, isn't it? As something you know personally, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you know whether, in fact, Chamke is owned by one Mr. Wachira Waruru?
I don't know the owner of Chamke.
Mr. President, as the witness is considering the answer, could I spell the name of this person who is said to on this station? Wachira is Wachira. Waruru is Waruru. Mr. Witness, my question again is whether you know whether in fact Mr. Wachira Waruru owns Chamke FM station.
I cannot confirm now if it is Wachira Waruru or Macharia.
You say you don't know whether it is owned by Mr. Wachira Waruru or Mr.?
Somebody called Macharia who owns Royal Media.
Can you spell the last name, Mashari? Is that what you said?
Yes. M-A-C-H-A-R-I-A.
Thank you.
And the spelling of Chamke Station is C-H-E-M-G-E-I. Mr. President, I'm sorry. The spelling is C-H-A-M-G-E-I. Now, Mr. Witness, at paragraph 182 to 184, you make two main allegations against Mr. Sang. At paragraph 182, you said this. I will read from the second sentence. After the referendum, Mr. Sang started using KAS-FM for the ODM campaign, especially in 2007. He often raised political issues on his Lene Emet show. He was negative about PNU side. He went as far as listing all district commissioners to cabinet ministers and senior government officials. He was comparing the amount of Kikuyu against other tribes. He noted that since Kibaki was president, only Kikuyu had been Minister of Finance. He was giving the point of view that Kibaki and PNU were promoting ethnicity. You can see that, Mr. Witness.
Yes, I have seen.
So your first allegation against Mr. Sang is that he was holding out PNU negatively as being ethnic, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, the second allegation you make about Mr. Sang, just before we start responding to it, is at paragraph 184, where you say this, and I'm reading the last two lines. He actually alerted people that there was a lorry leaving Eldoret, heading to Kisumu, and gave the number plate. He said that this lorry was carrying fake ballot boxes. I heard that this truck was banned. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I have seen.
Now, just, Mr. President, I request for 5 minutes private session. Then when we come back, I can do public session. Kindly, Mr. President.
Private session.
All rise. We will obey. Please be seated. We will swear.
Thank you very much. Witness, welcome back. Mr. KenyaMOJA, please proceed.
Mr. President, perhaps before Mr. Keegan takes the floor, I just forgot to put in the PIS that I used. If it is not too late, I would ask that it be put in.
Well, let's do that after Mr. KenyaMOJA finishes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Your Honor, I made the similar omission. It may be helpful if we keep the documents in the same order, so perhaps my PIS could be put in first, followed by the Ruto defense PIS.
That's why it's always best to put these things at the time when these things, material is referred to. After Mr. Keegan's re-examination, Mr. King, do you have PIS as well? So we don't.
No, I don't.
You don't?
Yes.
So we don't have to worry about you and PIS. Please proceed.
Now, hello, Mr. Witness.
Hello, Mr. Keegan.
Now, you recall that I told you that at paragraph 182 to 184, you had made two allegations against Mr. Sang. One is that he was negative towards PNU, and the second one is that he had alleged that fake ballot boxes were being transported. You recall that?
Yes.
Now, I want to deal with the first issue where in your original statement you said that Mr. Sang was negative towards PNU and was promoting ethnicity. May I observe that this is something you said at paragraph 182 and at paragraph 47. And in asking you questions in relation to that issue, do you recall that an audio was played to you by the Ruto defense, and in the video was Ken-D09-0018-098, and at page, in the court's transcript of 12th of September 2014, transcript number 135, at page 45 to 48, after listening to the audio, you are asked a question to summarize. And I will read the court record of what you said. Are we together, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
This is what you said. Yes, I have heard the speaker, who is Mr. Ruto, talking about ethnicity. That to be born in a certain tribe is not a mistake, but it will be a mistake if now people divide themselves on tribal lines. Do you recall that audio, that video, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I recall.
Now, I want to take you to the transcript of the video. I will not play the video. I just want you to identify what Mr. Ruto had said. And I will request for the assistance of the court officer in Nairobi to pull out Ken D09-0038-0695, being the translation and transcription of what Mr. Honorable Ruto had said at page 0699. And particularly line 120 to 126.
What's the tab again?
Mr. President, I'm sorry, it is tab 7. Tab 7.
Mr. Keegan, the document is being presented to the witness at page 699.
Thank you, Court Officer. Now, Mr. Witness, one of the things you had said very specifically at paragraph 182 was this, that Mr. Sang, I'm reading the second last line, Mr. Sang noted, I'm quoting you, noted that since Kibaki was president, only Kikuyu have been ministers of finance. Do you recall that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
You also went on to say that he went as far as listing all district commissioners to cabinet ministers and senior government officials. You recall that?
Yes.
Now, may I ask you as a matter of fact, is it true that since Kibaki was president, only Kikuyu have been ministers of finance? Is it a fact?
No.
Do you recall anybody who was a minister of finance and who was not from the Kikuyu community in the period of the presidency of Mr. Kibaki?
Yes.
Could you mention the name?
We have somebody who was called Mwiraria.
Mwiraria, you will confirm, is spelled as M-W-I-R-A-R-I-A, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you inform the court where he comes from?
I think it comes from Meru.
Now, I want you to look at what has just been shown to you, being the transcript, line 120 to 126, page 0699. If you could confirm that what I'm reading is the correct version of what you can read at page, line 120 to 126. WR, which is William Ruto, says something which is intelligible, then goes on. From Nyandarua.
Means something which is unintelligible.
Mr. President, I apologize. It should be unintelligible. From Nyandarua, comma. The Assistant Minister is called Peter Geneth, who is from Muranga. Permanent Secretary is called Mr. Kinywa from Meru. The Governor of Central Bank is called Mr. Ndungu from Kiambu. Then the crowd says yes, from Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya. Then William Ruto goes on to say, the Director General of Kenya Revenue Authority, who collects all taxes, Mr. Waweru, is from Muranga. Now, is that tribalism or not? Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I'm seeing it.
If I could give the spellings of the names for the Kenneth is Peter, and the next word is Kenneth. K-E-N-N-E-T-H. Finance Secretary. Then the next name is Permanent Secretary is called Kinywa. K-I-N-Y-U-A from Meru. Meru, M-E-R-U. Then Mr. Ndungu of Central Bank, N-D-U-N-G-U. And then Director General of the Kenya Revenue Authority, Mr. Waweru, W-A-W-E-R-U from Muranga, M-U-R-A-N-G'-A. Now, Mr. Witness, you will recall that this transcript is an address by Mr. Ruto on the 23rd November 2007, at least as per the audio that we listened to the last time. You recall that, Mr. Witness?
Does he recall, was the date apparent?
May I rephrase the question, Mr. President? Mr. Witness, would you recall that the date of the audio was the 23rd November 2007?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, you would agree from the observations of Honorable William Ruto as reflected in the audio and as I've read from the transcript that the discussion about tribalism in the government lineup was a common thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, I also want to play for you an audio of events of the 24th of December 2007, being what was broadcasted at KAS FM. And before I play that, I would like to ask you, you said that you have not met Mr. Sang and you never listened to his program. You recall that?
Yes.
You, however, went on to say that you would recognize the voice of Mr. Sang. Could you explain to us how you would recognize his voice in view of the fact that you are not listening to his programs?
Yes. When KAS FM was launched, I took some around, let's say, 1 week or less than a week listening to KAS FM. And also, it doesn't mean that since I was not a listener of KAS FM, sometimes you may be walking in your own walk, wherever you are, some people may be listening to KAS FM, and even if you are a passerby, you will still hear what somebody is saying. Or you may be traveling in a car, and then the driver is tuned to KAS FM. Then that is how I knew the voice of Mr. Sang.
So the distinction you draw is between consciously and deliberately turning on to listen to Mr. Sang, which you say you weren't doing, vis-a-vis a situation where you would stumble on a program being run by Mr. Sang from time to time and at various places.
Yes.
Now, Mr. President, I request to play an audio which is at tab 4. It is audio Ken-D11-0013-0053. That's the audio. The transcription and the translation is Ken-D11-0014-0193. And I propose to play 2 minutes, 1305 to 15.13. And that is at page 0197 to 0198.
Did you say tab what?
Tab 4, Mr. President, for the transcript and the translation, please. Tab 4, Mr. President, it's possible you're looking at somebody else's binder.
Binder says Sang Defense P604 cross materials. Is that it?
Yes, Mr. President. And tab 4 should contain transcript and translation Ken D11-0013-0053.
What I have at tab 4 is 0014-0193.
That is exactly it, Mr. President.
All right, proceed then.
Mr. Witness, you are ready to listen to the audio, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, we'll play it.
Kenya wameona usalata kutoka Rais Kibaki.
Mr. Witness, do you recognize the voice, or you would rather it is played a little more so that you can recognize that voice?
I have recognized.
Whose voice is it, Mr. Witness?
It is the voice of Honorable Raila Odinga.
Okay, we will start again the audio, and then we will ask you to make a brief summary of what you said.
Tarehe 27. Wakenya wameona usalata kutoka Rais Kibaki. Walimpiga kura kwa wengi sana mwaka ule 2002. Wakiwa na matumaini ati yeye angeleta mabadiliko ambayo ingewasaidia. Kwa mfano, Wakenya walikuwa nataka katiba mpya. Manake waliona ya kwamba katiba ambayo imekuwa pale ndio ilikuwa imeleta mizigo mingi sana kwao. Walikuwa wanataka kuona kama kuna usawa kwa ugawanyaji ya mali katika nchi yetu. Bwana Kibaki amewanyima fursa ya kupata hiyo katiba mpya. Pili, walidhani ati Kibaki angemaliza au kupunguza ufisadi katika maisha yao. Lakini tofauti na kupunguza, Bwana Kibaki serikali yake imezidisha ufisadi katika nchi yao hapa. Yani hujuma ya mali ya umma imezidi zaidi. Tatu, mambo ya ukabila, ubaguzi ya ukabila kwa upande ya kuajiri watu kwa serikali, kwa upande ya kugawanya mali katika uchumi yetu. Kumekuwa na ubaguzi sana ya ukabila. Unakuta katika wizara ya serikali watu wa kabila moja peke yao ndio wanapata kazi. Wamefuta kazi sana watu wa kabila zingine, hasa watu wa kabila ya Kalenjin, Wajaluo, Walohia, hata Wakamba na kadhalika. Nne ni mambo ya
Mr. Witness, you've said you recognize the voice of Honorable Raila being the main speaker. Did you hear that there was a second party in that conversation?
Yes.
No,
it is.
Go on, Mr. Witness.
Yes, I was saying that it was Mr. Sang.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure you can. Now, could you please give us a summary of what you heard?
Okay, I heard Honorable Raila Odinga saying that in the year 2002, many Kenyans voted for President Kibaki, hoping that he was going to bring the changes they were expecting. That one of the changes they were expecting is that Kenyans were expecting a new constitution to be in place, which he said that President Kibaki failed. Two, he has talked of distribution of resources equally among all the peoples, all regions in Kenya. And he was saying that President Kibaki has not done it. Three, he talked of corruption, that Kenyans were expecting that after Kibaki assuming to power, he could trim corruption to its lowest. Then four, he has talked of tribalism, that in key government appointments, you find that it is only people from one region. And he went up by saying that the government of Kibaki fired tribes, people from different tribes, like he talked of the Kalenjins, he talked of the Luos, he talked of the Luyas and the Kambas.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I will read what we...
1 second, Mr. Keegan. At line 25, the word appearing inaudible there should be trim.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think that has been... Mr. President, if I could now read into the court record the translation in respect to the issue of tribalism, which starts from the last line at the bottom of page 5, starting with the word Raila. Mr. Witness, I will read it and you confirm if what I read is a fair reflection of what you heard Mr. Raila say in Kiswahili. Mr. President, Mr. President, I'm looking at page Ken-D11-0014-0197 to 198, and this is what it says. Raila, there has been a lot of tribalism. You find that in the government ministries, only one tribe is being deployed. And then there is Sang.
That deployed?
I'll read again, and I'm sorry, Mr. President. There have been a lot of tribalism. You find that in government ministries, only one tribe is being employed. Then he goes on. There have been sacked so many people, especially from the Kalenjin Luo, Luya, and even the Kamba community, and so on. 4 is about economy. Mr. Witness, I was interested in the question of tribalism, which you said Mr. Sang raised at the station. Do you, first of all, confirm that what I've just read is a fair translation of what Honorable Raila said in respect to the question of tribalism when he was at Kass FM station?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, you confirm that in fact, who was Honorable Raila Odinga in the period 2007?
He was the presidential aspirant of the ODM party.
Now, I want to play for you from timestamp 00 to timestamp 01 for purposes of the date.
cha urais kitadidimisha matumaini yako kupata kura nyingi sana katika uchaguzi mkuu?
Asidhani hivyo bwana Sang.
Mr. President, I'll come back on that issue of the data. I'll move on to something else in the meantime. Now, Mr. Witness, I put it to you that in fact the discussion about tribalism in the regime of Honorable Kibaki's presidency was an issue in the public domain, and as we can see, Honorable Ruto and Honorable Raila were discussing it in the open. Would you agree with my proposition?
Yes.
Mr. President, I would like to move on to something else. Mr. Witness, you had also said that the other allegation you have against Mr. Sang is that he said that he issued an alert that there were lorries and trucks that were carrying fake ballot papers. You recall that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
You also recall, or could you confirm that in fact the discussions around the issue of fake ballot papers was discussed simultaneously with the allegation that it was intended to use administration policemen as agents and to plant the fake ballot papers into the ballot boxes for purposes of assisting the PNU in the 2007 elections?
Yeah, it was true.
Could you also confirm that that discussion went as far as saying that the transport that was used was mainly the transport relating to a company called City Hopper and Kenya Bus Services, KBS?
Yes, it was that way.
Now, I would like you to be shown what some newspaper cuttings on that subject, and I request that is at tab 5, being if the court officer in Nairobi could pull out Ken D11-0010-0125, Your Honor, it is at tab 5.
That should be public document, isn't it?
Yes, it is a public document, Mr. President.
And the document is being presented to the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, I would like you to look at the first page, Ken D11-0010-0125, at the top left corner. If you could tell the court which newspaper it is, if you can see it.
It is the Standard, Wednesday, December 26th, 2007.
Now, I would like you to confirm that what I'm reading is what you can see encircled in a black box. That the heading is, our undercover crew witnesses at least 20 bus loads of suspected AP officers being ferried from AB headquarters to various destinations in a mysterious mission just a day to poll day. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I have seen.
Could you confirm that the meaning of AP as commonly known in Kenya would be administration policemen?
Yes.
Now, I will read the second part of the heading together with the first paragraph. Agents in the night. And this is what it states. With the elections only hours away, at least 20 civilian buses drove out of high security facility in Nairobi on Monday night as the Standard and KTN undercover reporters and crew watched. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, in your paragraph 184, these are the things you said very specifically. That on the 26th December 2007, Sang told the people to come out in large numbers, and then went on to alert people about a lorry and a truck car that was banned. You recall having said that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
You also said number plates were read out by Mr. Sang.
Yes.
Now, I want you to look at the second page of the report, that is Ken-D11-0010-0126. At the first column, the third paragraph, I will want to read it. If the court officer could show you. Page Ken-D11-0010-0126, the first column of that report, the third paragraph.
The first column of page 0126 is being shown to the witness.
Mr. Witness, can you see a paragraph starting with the words to a City Hopper KAW? Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Now, I'll read and please confirm if that's what it states. To a City Hopper KAW055W and a KBS registration KAX040C drove into Homa Bay in the morning with one group. On alighting, the officers quickly mingled and freely chatted with the locally based APs, locals said. You can see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Can you spell City Hopper?
City is C-I-T-I, and then Hopper is H-O-P-P-A. Now, Mr. Witness, you already confirmed to the court that this newspaper is for the 26th December 2007. You remember that?
Yes.
And this is the same day that you say Mr. Sang was reading out the number plates of the vehicles, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you confirm that you can actually see that the Standard newspaper was reporting the same story?
Yes.
Now, I want to take you to page D11 00100127, and I will be requesting you to look at the second last column, the third paragraph. For the court officer, again, the page is Ken-D11-0010-0127.
Mr. Keegan, the document is being shown to the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, can you see the third paragraph of the second last column, starting with the words, last Saturday, KTN ran an exclusive story. Can you see that?
Yes, I've seen.
I'll read and please confirm if this is what the newspaper says. Last Saturday, KTN ran an exclusive story on how some 2,500 APs were being trained to interfere with tomorrow's general elections, drawing a furious response from the government and earning the station a date with the newly constituted Media Council of Kenya after the Information Permanent Secretary, Dr. Bitange Ndemo, lodged a complaint. This was after a whistleblower leaked information to the station that some police officers were allegedly marking ballots at the AP commandant's house in Embakasi and at the 4th floor of Arambe House. Meanwhile, a KTN reporter who was part of the undercover crew has received threatening calls urging him to go slow on the story or face it. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I have seen.
Spelling of Embakasi, Mr. President, is E-M-B-A-K-A-S-I. Harambe House is H-A-R-A-M-B-E-E. And then house is the normal house. And the name of Dr. Bitange Ndemo is Bitange is B-I-T-A-N-G-E. Ndemo is N-D-E-M-O. Now, Mr. Witness, we have already seen that this newspaper is a report of the 26th December 2007. You can see that that report says that these reports had already been aired by a place called KTN last Saturday. You've seen that from what I've just read, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what is KTN?
Yes, KTN, it is a television station here in Kenya that broadcasts news and other things.
Now, I have worked backwards to the last Saturday before the 26th of December, and it brings us to the 22nd of December 2007. Mr. Witness, you would confirm that by the time you're saying Mr. Sang was referring to these motor vehicles on the 26th, it was already public knowledge from KTM and other sources that there were allegations of vote rigging and fake ballot papers, isn't it?
Yes.
Mr. Kilian Katwa, do you have the masthead for the page appearing at 0127? You know what I mean, and you see what's missing there, don't you?
Yes, Mr. President. You can see the immediate page before that is page 2, Mr. President. It is a continuous set of 3 pages. We actually have the whole, first of all, in anticipation of the concerns the prosecution addressed the last time, we produce the complete article. We, however, have the whole newspaper in case it is necessary to either appeal it to the court or to register it in hearing. But as it were, Mr. President, the article we produced is complete in itself. I admit on the face of it, Mr. President, owing to photocopy, page 0127 is not very clear, but I can indicate that it is a continuous report from page 2 into page 3, and it goes on for another 2 pages, Mr. President. You can see overleaf is page 4, which is the same story, page 5, which is the same story, Mr. President, from different...
You don't need to be explaining now. At the time you want to do something with this, we'll see if the prosecution would have an issue with that. We're just alerting you.
Mr. Steinberg,
we do not see the date on top of 0127, and that becomes important if in the report it is telling us last Saturday, and you make something out of last Saturday, quote unquote. But you can proceed if you have the whole article itself. You may be prepared to show it at the right time.
Your Honour, perhaps I can indicate that we perused this article. We're satisfied that it's a continuous article and it's all on the same date.
Fair enough. So that helps us there. Proceed.
Before I proceed, may I express my gratitude to my learned colleague. Mr. President, probably I could just also mention at page 2 you can see a series of photographs, 1, and then there is 3.
That's all right. The prosecutor said there was no issue, so let's proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, lastly on that issue, if you could look at the last paragraph of what I read, you will see, that is column 2, the last paragraph. Can you see, yesterday a source told the Standard that each of the officers on the strange mission was given anything between 21,000 and 62,000 Kenya shillings according to their rank. Can you see that?
Yes.
And the yesterday of the 26th would be the 25th of December 2007, isn't it?
Yes.
And that is one day before you say Mr. Sang had incited people by alleging that vehicles were being used to ferry fake ballot papers, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, I'll request the court officer to show you a different article, which is at tab 6 of our binder, Mr. President. It is Ken D11-0014-0211.
Public again?
Mr. President, it's public.
Mr. Keegan, this document is presented to the witness.
Mr. President, before I ask the witness the questions relevant, may I correct what is at page 88, line 12, where I read that the person this is what I had read. Meanwhile, a KTN reporter who was part of the undercover crew has received threatening calls urging him to go slow on the story or face death. The way it had been transcribed was probably not clear. Now, Mr. Witness, could you tell the court what you can see before you, that document I've just availed to you?
Yes, I'm seeing people who are queuing. I suppose they are going to vote.
Mr. Witness, I mean, that is a newspaper cutting, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what newspaper it is and which date is the report?
The newspaper is The Standard of Thursday, December 27, 2007.
Now, before I ask you questions related to that, Does the date 27th December 2007 stand out as significant to you, and why if?
Yes, that was the day when the general election was held in the year 2007.
Now, I would request the court officer there to take you to the second page, which is Ken D11-0014-0212.
Page 212 is before the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, with the assistance of the court, I will request that you be taken to the second column of the first report on top, headed "Calm Restored in Nyanza." Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Now, the second column, the last paragraph starts with the words, "The police had to evacuate." Can you see that? Mr. President, probably to assist the witness, I'll just read it's not a very long document, and I have interest in the whole of it. With your permission, may I read it? Mr. Witness, please listen and confirm what I'm reading is what is contained in that newspaper. Police moved to restore peace.
1 second. Let's first of all make sure he is there with you.
Okay, I can do that, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, can you see that item headed "Calm Restored in Nyanza"? 2 APs killed by mob over allegation they would be used to rig today's election. Can you see that?
Yes.
And it is reported by Standard Team. You can see that?
Yes.
Now, I will read what it says. Police moved to restore peace in some parts of Nyanza and North Rift, where 3 people, 2 of them administration policemen, were killed in election-related attacks. Calm was quickly restored yesterday after riot police used tear gas to battle unruly mobs. In Nyanza, one of those killed was a civilian identified as Wilson Ouma, who was shot by police at Sindo. 2 vehicles, a bus and a matatu, were burned at Awasi and Oyugis during the protests. The 2 APs were killed in Bita and Sindo towns. Documents recovered from the victims showed they were administration police officers.
Okay, wait. Can we now spell some of those words? It's, as a matter of practice, it's always better to spell the word when it occurs, so it's easier for the court reporters, instead of having to have them struggle backwards to fill it in. There's been a number of names mentioned without spelling.
Do that, Mr. President.
Yes.
The first one is Nyanza, which I think is familiar. It is NYANZA. And then the paragraph says, one of those people killed was a civilian identified as Wilson Ouma. Wilson is the normal. Wilson Ouma is OUMA, and who was shot by police at Sindo. Sindo is SINDO. 2 vehicles, a bus and a matatu, were burned at Awasi. Awasi is AWASI, and Oyugis. Oyugis is OYUGIS during the protests. The 2 APs were killed in Bita. Bita is MBITA, and Sindo, SINDO, Bita and Sondu towns. Documents recovered from the victims showed they were administration police officers. One of them booked at Tausi Hotel. Tausi is TAUSI. One of them was booked at Tausi Hotel, was identified as Corporal Peter Kitao Mwangi from Embu. Kitao is, Peter is the normal Peter. Kitao is GITAU. Mwangi is MWANGI from Embu. Embu is EMBU. In Homa Bay, another officer identified as Anthony Njoroge. Njoroge is NJOROGE, was admitted at the local district hospital in serious condition.
Don't forget your pays.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, I want you to listen to this keenly. The police had to evacuate 10 seriously injured APs. The officers were found with letters signed by President Kibaki, appointing them PNU election agents. They were also found with PNU posters. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Okay, I'll read a little more, then I'll ask you questions. I'll skip the next paragraph and go to the next one, which starts with, in North Rift. Are you there?
Yes.
In North Rift, thousands of ODM supporters kept vigil at Eldoret police station for the whole day following reports that a bus had delivered marked ballot papers allegedly to be used in rigging today's elections. They chanted ODM slogans and waved placards blocking the main road. They also forced some drivers to flash the ODM salute before being allowed to proceed. Mr. Witness, you can see that, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, there is mention of one President Kibaki at the column 2 into column 3. Could you tell the court who President Kibaki was in relation to PNU in the period 2007?
He was the presidential flag bearer of PNU.
And from these reports, Mr. Witness, you will confirm that the intention you had at paragraph 184 of your statement in saying Mr. Sang read out the names, alerted people and read out number plates on the 26th December 2007 was in actual fact an issue that was very much in the public domain, isn't it?
Yes.
You will also agree that this is an issue that had been going on since 22nd December 2007, as I read.
Yes.
Now, I want to play 3 audios of what was said in CAS in direct response to the question as to whether or not it is actually true that it was Mr. Sang who read out the number plates of the buses.
Do we have a tab?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is tab 12, and it is Ken D110014. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I want to start with tab 4. I'll go to that tab, but I'll start with tab 4, which is what we just had a moment ago. And I would like to go timestamp 29.50 to 36.00. At tab 4 is Ken D1100130053.
That is the audio, isn't it?
It's the audio, yes, Mr. President.
And where are you on the transcript?
Mr. President, I'm at page 020 to 0203.
Mr. Kigen-Katwa, what is the level of confidentiality of the audio?
It's public, court officer, sorry.
Mheshimiwa Raila, tunaangalia umeenda mmefanya campaign na kumekuwa na mambo mengi hapa na pale. Mara tunasikia APs wanatumika, wewe pia umetaja mambo hayo, kuna mambo ya uwizi wa kura. Sijui jambo hili lina uzito wote ama namna gani, kwa sababu naona watu wengi wameanza kupata tashwishi haswa katika eneo lako la ubunge. Watu wanaona kwamba kuna njama ya kuhakikisha kwamba hata ukiwa rais, ukipata kura ya rais, basi hautapata ya ubunge, kwa sababu katika sheria lazima uwe mbunge ndio uwe rais.
Ndiyo, Bwana Sang. Tunajua kuna njama ya kujaribu kuiba kura. Manake hao jamaa tayari wamehisi hawezi kupata ushindi japokuwa tu kwa njia ya kuiba. Hii ndio sababu tumeona kama administration policemen, askari kanga, ndio wanatumiwa sana wakati huu. Wameondolewa kule Risabuni pale ambao wanafanya kazi, wameletwa hapa Nairobi. Wengi wao wako kule AP headquarters kule Embakasi. Na mpango inaongozwa na mkurugenzi wa askari kanga ambaye anaitwa Bwana Kinudhi Ambugwa. Na yule katibu katika wizara ofisi ya rais anaitwa Bwana Gitwai. Lakini mawaziri ambao wanahusika ni Bwana Njenga Karume na Bwana John Michuki. Mpango ni kuchukua hawa askari kanga na kuwapeleka sana sana katika sehemu wakilishi bungeni ya Lang'ata. Siku hiyo ili watangulie kwenye vituo vya kupiga kura, waanze kupiga kura. Unavijua kitu imekuwa imefanyika ni wamekuwa wakinunua vipande ya watu, yani vitambulisho na kura. Sasa wakichukua hizi wanakwenda wanachukua nambari ya kitambulisho na nambari hiyo ya kura yako. Alafu wakishachukua hiyo wanakwenda wanatengeneza kipande mpya na hiyo nambari yako ya hiyo kipande yako. Sasa wanachukua hiyo alafu wanaweka picha sasa ya yule askari ambaye atapiga kura kwa niaba yako. Sasa kitu hata kura mpya ambayo iko na jina yake sasa. Sasa siku hiyo ya kupiga kura, yani iko na jina yako imebaki kwenye orodha, lakini huyo mtu ndiye atakutangulia kwenda kupiga kura kwa jina yako. Kipande yake itakuwa iko na jina yako, nafikiri picha yake. Na hata kura. Akishapiga sasa ile wewe mwenyewe ukija kupiga utaambiwa umeshapiga tayari. Hata utashikwa ati wewe unajifanya lakini si wewe. Hiyo ndio njama ambayo imepangwa. Watangulie kwenye mstari waanze wapige kura kwanza. Na hiyo itafanywa hata katika eneo zingine huko Risabuni. Kwa sababu naona mimi nawaambia watu wetu ati watangulie mapema, wapige kura mapema. Hata vijana walale kwenye vitu hizo. Sasa wanake wanasema ya kwamba ikiwa kama Raila atashindwa Lang'ata na ameshinda Kenya mzima, hajatimiza ile taratibu ya katiba ambayo inasema rais vile vile lazima achaguliwe kama mbunge. Na hiyo ndio sasa utasema ya kwamba kwa hivyo Raila hajachaguliwa kikamilifu, Kibaki aendelee. Hiyo ni njama ambayo imepangwa pamoja na jaji mkuu ambaye Bwana Gicheru. Lakini mimi nataka kuambia wafuasi wetu.
Mr. Witness, the first question I want to ask you is if you recognize the voices of the people involved in that audio, or do you?
Yes, I've recognized.
Would you say who they are, Mr. Witness?
Yes, it is Mr. Sang and Honorable Raila Odinga.
Could you give us a brief summary of what you heard Mr. Raila say? Honorable Raila say.
Yes, Honorable Raila is talking about claims that there were plans to rig the general elections, and he said that the plans were to use the APs, who are the administrative police officers, to go and vote after obtaining identification cards of from other people, so that even if Raila could win, could get many votes countrywide, but in the constituency which was representing Lang'ata, he will be defeated there, so that he does not meet the constitutional requirement that a president at that time must become an MP of a certain constituency in Kenya. And that there was there was tension in ODM strongholds of such claims.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Now, before I read into the court record the translation, I would like you to confirm if in fact you had Honorable Raila specifically mention names of people he, according to him, are responsible for planning the use of administration police to rig the elections.
Yes.
Could you confirm that the first person is one KenyaMOJA Mbugua?
Yes.
And who is he?
He said he was the AP commandant in the APTC.
And his name is, the spelling, Mr. President, is Kinuthia, and Mbugua is Mbugua. So that it doesn't become controversial. Did you hear him say KenyaMOJA Mbugua?
Yes.
The next one is one Mr. Kitwai, who according to him is permanent secretary in the office of the president. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. President, the spelling of Kitwai is Gitwai. Mr. Witness, the other names he mentioned are Mr. Karume, Mr. Michuki, and Chief Justice Mr. Gicheru. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Karume's spelling is Karme, Michuki is Michuki, and Chief Gicheru is Cicheru. With your permission, Mr. President, I'll read into the record the translation.
Mean Gicheru for Gicheru.
I apologize, Mr. President. It should be G, not C. I'm sorry. We start with Mr. Sang at page 201, where he says, yes, dear listeners, we are listening to KAS FM broadcast to you live from Nairobi City. And if you are abroad, you can get us on...
Forget Mr. King Katwa, you need to watch the page. Please. Thank you. I saw you took off with speed.
I will slow, and I'm sorry, Mr. President, I will slow. Dear listeners, you are listening to KAS FM broadcasting to you live from Nairobi City, and if you are abroad, you can get us on www.kasfm.co.ke or karibuonline.com. Spelling of Karibu is Karibu. Honorable Raila Odinga, who is the presidential candidate for ODM, held a big campaign rally at Nyayo Stadium to mark the close of their campaigns, and this evening he has found it necessary to come here and talk with you before 27th, the day after tomorrow, the day you will be voting. Honorable Raila are evaluating your campaign activities, and there are so many things that are bound to happen. The issue of administration police being used and rigging. I don't know if this has any effect, because we have seen many people being worried, especially in your constituency. There is a scheme that even if you get votes for presidency, you will not go through the parliamentary one, and therefore will be locked out, because the law states that you must be a member of parliament for you to be president. Then Mr. Raila answers, yes, Mr. Sang, we are aware that there is a deal to rig, because these guys are worried that they will not win unless they rig. That is why we have seen the administration police being used this time. They have been forwarded from upcountry to Nairobi. Some are at the headquarters in Embakasi. Embakasi spelling is Embakasi. Raila. They are being marshaled by administration police, Kimani Mbugua. And Mr. Witness, you said you had the name as KenyaMOJA Mbugua, not Kimani Mbugua, isn't it?
Well, we have Kimani Mbugua now. Can you proceed, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. the permanent secretary in the office of the president, Mr. Kitwai, but the ministers who are behind this are Mr. Karume and Mr. Michuki. They want to take them to Langata so that they can vote there. Spelling of Langata is L-A-N-G-A-T-A. You know what has been happening is that they have been buying the identification cards and voting cards so that they can go and copy the numbers for both cards. Once they have done that, they will go and make a new card with that number. And therefore, they will put a photo on that particular officer who will vote on your behalf. The officer person will go earlier to the polling station before you. Your name and number are in the register already, but the photo is of the police officer who will vote very early in the morning before you, so that when you come to vote, you will be told that you already voted, and you may even be arrested for that. That is the deal. They will vote before others vote. This is bound to happen even in other regions, and that is why I'm calling upon our supporters to be at the polling stations very early, and if possible, youths can spend a night there, because they want to have an excuse of locking Raila out for not living up to the Constitution by saying that he has not won parliamentary seat and so cannot be president. And therefore will allow Kibaki to continue because Raila will not have fulfilled the constitutional requirement. The deal has also been endorsed by the Chief Justice, Mr. Gisheru. You can see that, Mr. Witness.
Yes.
And that's a fair translation of what we had in the audio, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, if the court officer could take you to Ken-D11-0014-0201, the second last paragraph, please.
Page 0201 is being presented to the witness.
Mr. Witness, if you can see the transcript, it says the second last paragraph. Yes, listeners, you are listening to KAS FM broadcasting to you live from Nairobi City. And if you are abroad, you can get us on www.kasfm.co.ke or Karibu Online. Honorable Raila, who is the presidential candidate for ODM, held a big rally at Nyayo Stadium to mark close of their campaign this evening. You can see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
And has found it necessary to come here and talk with you before 27, the day after tomorrow. You can see that?
Mr. Kigan-Katwa, can you read that again from Honorable Raila Odinga? There's a way you read it that doesn't, I'm not sure it's what I see. I'm not saying you're wrong, but just read it again, please.
Mr. Witness, I would like your assistance to establish the date of this audio from what I am reading. And so if you could listen to it closely. I will start from the second line in that paragraph. It starts, Honorable Raila Odinga, who is presidential candidate for ODM, held a big campaign rally at Nyayo Stadium to mark the close of campaigns. And this evening, he has found it necessary to come here and talk with you before 27th, the day after tomorrow, the day that you will be voting. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
And from that, we can deduce that this audio belongs to the 25th of December 2007, isn't it, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Sorry, the 24th. I want to play the last audio to you, and that is at tab. Mr. President, that is at tab 12, and it is Ken-D11-0014-0568, and I will start with timestamp 10.02 to 10.5 for 1 minute, approximately 1 minute.
Mr. Kigen, is that last audio also published?
Kongoi missing chitop kolenjin kongoi missing eng sait nito kora koskoleng'utab rani betutab kwoeng kasi tarikit 25 arawetab 12 kenyitab 2007 kunot.
The translation for that, Mr. President, is at Ken D11-0014-0569.
Before you proceed, Mr. Kigen Katwa, how much more time do you anticipate spending with this witness? You may have spent more time than you promised. Am I wrong?
Yes, I apologize for my wrong estimation of the time. Mr. President, could I promise to finish it within this session? The next. Within this session. I can see I have about 20 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yes,
time.
Mr. President, yes.
Mr. Steinberg?
Your Honours, since I last gave an estimate, there have been a number of issues that have been raised this morning in Mr. Fall's cross-examination, as well as a few by Mr. Katwa's examination. I will not be able to finish my re-examination today.
All right. And do you know how things are looking for tomorrow morning with a new witness?
I haven't received any further updates, Your Honours. My understanding from the last communication from the VW was that he would be ready to commence tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning. So
I see the court officer is nodding no quiet.
Very well.
Okay. So now we know. Proceed, Mr. Katwa.
Mr. Witness, could you confirm from the very short script that you listened to that this is what he said? Thank you very much, Kalenjin people. It is Tuesday, the 25th of December, 2007. Do you recall hearing that, Mr. Witness, from the Kalenjin fashion?
Yes.
Could you tell us whose voice you heard?
Yes, it is Mr. Sang's voice.
Now, Mr. President, I would like to play next timestamp 17.35 to 19.27.
Pata habari ambaye imethibitishwa ati askari kanga wameajiriwa na chama cha PNU kwa madhumuni ya kujaribu kuiba.
Mr. President, that is at page Ken D11-0014-0576. On the transcript itself, it is page 8, and it is the last paragraph. The translation is the last paragraph at the bottom. If we could start again, Mr. Witness.
Pata habari ambaye imethibitishwa ati askari kanga wameajiriwa na chama cha PNU kwa madhumuni ya kujaribu kuiba kura. Hawa maaskari waliondoka Embakasi jana usiku na mabasi wa kampuni kama ile ya City Hopper, Kenya Bus Service, wamepelekwa kwenye eneo la Bonde la Ufa kwa magharibi na Nyanza. Kazi yao ni kuwa kule kama maajenti ya Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki. Wataripoti kesho, alafu watashiriki kwenye uchaguzi siku ya tarehe 27. Lengo yao ni kuleta vurugu wakati kura inapigwa au wakati ambaye kura itakuwa inahesabiwa, ili watu wengi wasipate fursa ya kupiga kura au matokeo iharibiwe kwa sababu ya vurugu ambayo wao wenyewe watasababisha. Tena tumepata habari ati watakuwa wamebeba silaha na wataingia nayo kwenye kituo cha kupiga kura. Tunataka kulaani vikali vitendo kama haya. Maneno ambayo tumesema sio tu tuhuma au porojo, lakini ni maneno ambayo tayari imethibitishwa. Nimesema leo hii asubuhi nilienda kuonana na afisa ambaye anasimamia uchaguzi wa sehemu wakilishi bungeni wa Lang'ata. Wakati nilikuwa mimi niko ofisini, mbili wa wale maafisa wa AP nazungumza na maafisa yangu, wenyewe wakathibitisha ati wao wameleta Lang'ata kufanya kazi kama hiyo. Sisi tunasema ati hii ni kinyume cha sheria, kwa sababu sheria na katiba hairuhusu watumishi wa umma kushiriki kwenye uchaguzi kama maajenti. Wanaweza kupiga kura kama mtu yote, lakini haikubaliwi wao wenyewe waajiriwe na chama chochote kama maajenti. Manake ni watumishi wa umma ambao wanalipa mshahara na serikali kulinda wananchi wote kwa jumla.
Now, Mr. Witness, you already said you can recognize that voice. Did you say that as being the voice of Mr. Honorable Raila Odinga?
Yes.
Could you summarize what he said?
Yes, he was still talking about the claims that at that time he had sources which he trusted that the police officers from the AP have been deployed to his constituency and other constituencies so that they can assist in rigging the elections, and they will also cause chaos at the polling station after the voting had been completed.
No,
and that
I'm sorry.
And that he had gone to his to meet the election officer at Lang'ata, and in that place he said that he confirmed that from the officers that they had been sent there to assist in rigging the votes.
Now, Mr. Witness, I will read what the English translation, and if you could confirm if it's a fair translation. We are reliably informed that the AP officers have been hired by PNU for the purpose of trying to steal votes. Those officers left Embakasi yesterday night, traveling in City Hopper and Kenya bus service buses. They have been transported to Rift Valley, Western and Nyanza provinces. Their job is to be Kibaki's agents. They will report tomorrow, then they will take part in elections on the 27th. Their aim is to cause chaos during the voting or when the votes are being counted, so that people do not vote because of chaos, or the election results are spoiled because of the chaos that they will have started. We have also received reports that they will be armed, and we will want to condemn such actions in strongest terms. What we are talking about are not just allegations or propaganda, but confirmed reports. We stated that this morning I went to see the officer in charge of elections in my constituency, Lang'ata, and while I was in his office, two of the AP officers talked to my officers, and they personally confirmed that they have been sent to do that. We are stating that this is unlawful because the law and the Constitution do not allow public servants to participate in elections as agents. They can only vote like everyone else, but they are not allowed to be employed as agents by any party because they are public servants who are being paid by government to protect all citizens, those on the sides of, and then it goes on. Is that a fair translation, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Mr. President, for the record, I have read page 576 into page 577. Now, Mr. Witness, could you confirm that Honorable Raila says in three instances in what I've just read and what you heard, that what he is saying are not allegations or propaganda, but confirmed reports?
Yes.
Now, I would like to play another timestamp for you, which is timestamp 1928 to 2028, which is at page 577 to page 578.
Notuguni gonyi tot Raila Amolo Odinga kosto ikiok ngalek cha mambe tabrani ogole tinda ushahidi kage gero ngot ing television ana bagay tiyan nguri ko agi bor kibor gari shek ke jotoge ko chogo ibe kartasi cheju kari shek chogo gibor ko ibe tugu ko ibe in akomuti askari chogo magele mitemba kasi kineti jegati asogabit kesir kasi ne jegat nguna ole pojin kasi PNU engomoswek choto age mwa kile asogabit ngobira gura iwe ko ya tugul te itongeni gumengini ne birchine ngo katiloni nedet ogobirun gura yat engore tagenge ne gigure chorset kunota age bwa ngi bitabrani stake age mwa gele melen ko gile chore chi lakini go supka ngaleju onge no tage kwek tos mi bikelele chage mutwage tos iman ngaleju tesetai tos kaora raptorus inenet ko komito kora masatake ogogere komite tindo statement not na ban gota Raila anan ko ODM amji si soman we gari se jota sumo ek bingo to go rongo labaga anan lembeje chage mwa.
Mr. Witness, with your permission, Mr. President, could I just read this one instead of asking him to interpret? Mr. Witness, could you confirm that, do you recognize the voice of the person in the audio?
Yes, it is Mr. San.
Now, could you confirm this is what he says? Thank you very much. That was Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Dear listeners, he says he has proved that he's speaking, he has proof of what he's speaking about. We even saw on KTN TV these vehicles transporting those papers, transporting equipment and recruits who had recently been in training in Embakasi. They have been taken to go and work for PNU in the areas mentioned so that if you are not sure of whom to vote for, you vote for them. That is one way of stealing. That is why we are here today. Dear listeners, to discuss, we are not saying that someone is stealing, but according to these statements, and you also know, are there new people who have been brought to you? Is what we are hearing true? Mr. Tarus was also there and he has the statement made by Honorable Raila Odinga, or rather ODM. So we want him to read out the numbers of those vehicles so that people can tell us if they have seen any of them or if what we are hearing is propaganda. Mr. President, with your permission, I'll play the last timestamp, which is 2029 to 20, just briefly, about 1 minute.
What's the question for the witness?
The first question, Mr. Witness, is could you confirm that that's a fair translation of what you heard Mr. Sang say in Kalenjin?
Yes.
Could you also confirm that he has invited people on two propositions? The first one is to invite people to say whether they have seen new people brought to their neighborhoods to assist in elections. Can you see that?
Yes.
The second is the question as to whether what has been said about the use of administration police is true or untrue, isn't it?
Yes.
And he also says that we are not saying that someone is stealing, but according to these statements, you also know he is saying that he's not saying that it is stolen, but he's asking people to make their input, isn't it?
Yes.
And lastly, he has said that one Mr. Tarus will read out the number plates of the vehicles that ODM had listed in their press statement, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, I want to play for you the last part of that, the last part that I want to play on that audio, then we finish on that issue. Mr. President, I'm playing timestamp 20.29 for about a minute.
Page.
Mr. President, it is page 0578 to 0580.
Missing Arabsang. Kagumite into Yene Gamite, Axriga, Blogo, you have a President Raila Odinga, Ogemuchko, Nature, you Chotoga, Gassinia, Ngololi, Sautinina, Ngololinia Tokyo, and Comastayo, go net press statement, and Chiko, Jinsriga, Blogo, you got and got Kangora, Yogami to Yet, Xiriga, Blogo, you go and you talk of Logo, you talk of Chang, I go to Kuchemai, Muchkoma, and Sautina Taninet, go Garisiek. Chebo companies che chin chebo loise tabi kenge moni missing in town tab Nairobi kari de kole ko ibe ko tokin mo switch cha ke mutibis imgari che tai ko lio kari si che tai ko che mutibi ko kun town tab APC jo to choga nyigine te embakasi ko bendi ko mo switch jo ga sign as agents chebo chama ita PNU not go suke akabinde ta president chama ita ODM to mo ke confirm an logo yuto
lakini gano am kamuga uona statement au saina na ka kuma ngoti ni sumonwe gari che jo tondo ga ngutaka ko robi ngut ko mangari che jo mi ana momite
karisiek chega mwa ko KAZ 178R nebo KBS number go 812 Nissan diesel KBA 034N nebo City Hopper number of City Hopper ko 485
koro kari chika City Hopper ko ba Nairobi town jege kungutaka.
Mr. President, in fairness, I do not think I need to have all the number plates. As the court will see, the list of the number plates runs from page 579 to 580. I think I can make my proposition with what has already been read. Mr. Witness, I want to read the English translation of what you heard and ask you to confirm if it's a fair translation. But before I do that, you've heard some two voices. Did you hear two voices in that audio? Or how many?
Yes, two.
Now, you had already said you could recognize the voice of Mr. Sang. Did you hear Mr. Sang's voice?
Yes.
And do you recognize the voice of the other person with Mr. Sang?
I have heard sometimes Mr. Sang talking about somebody called Tarus.
But do you recognize his voice?
No.
So you are presuming it is Mr. Tarus because Mr. Sang has made reference to Mr. Tarus, isn't it?
Yes.
I'll read what he said. Thank you very much, Arab Sang. We are in a press conference with the presidential candidate Raila Odinga, and you have heard what he had to say. That is his voice you just listened to. He also issued a press statement, as is done usually during press conference, in which he has provided the same information and included more information that he did not mention in the press conference, including various public transport vehicles belonging to different companies operating within Nairobi. Vehicles, he says, were going to places. The vehicles were carrying people. The vehicles were carrying people, asked by Mr. Sang. What do these vehicles do? And then the answer from Mr. Tarus, the vehicles were transporting people from Nairobi. APs were being trained in Embakasi, going to areas they have been assigned. And then the question is, are they agents? And then the answer is, they are PNU agents. That is according to PNU presidential candidate, but we have not confirmed those reports. Then Sang says, nonetheless...
That is according to who?
I'll read it again. Mr. Witness, according to Tarus, he answers the question asked by Mr. Sang, are they agents? The answer is this. They are PNU agents. That is according to ODM presidential candidate, but we have not confirmed those reports. Then Mr. Sang says, nonetheless, since he has issued a signed statement and spoken in his own words, read to us the vehicles registration, just in case people have seen them, whether they are really there or not. Then Tarus starts. Vehicles are mentioned are KAZ belonging to KBS and so on. Could you confirm, Mr. Witness, that that's what you heard from the audio I played?
Yes.
And Mr. Keegan-Katwa, you say that you didn't want to read the whole, and that's understandable, all the vehicle numbers indicated, but one could see that the police are looking at least 20 vehicle numbers mentioned, at least that much. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
Please. Mr. Witness, the first question I want to ask you is, could you confirm that Mr. Tarus says that this is what ODM presidential candidates said, but they have not confirmed? Can you say confirm that is what you heard him say?
Yes.
Could you also confirm that somebody started reading the number plates of motor vehicles?
Yes.
Was the person who was reading the number plates Mr. Sang?
No.
Mr. President, at this point I will request to put in the documents I have referred to, and I would like to kindly request to start with the newspaper articles that I referred to. The first one is Ken-D11-0010-0125, being a standard newspaper article of the 26th December 2007, and I pray in tab 5, and I pray to produce it as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Document admitted as the next Sang defense exhibit.
The document KEN-D11-0010-0125 will bear the number EVD T D11-00044.
The next one is the standard newspaper article of the 27th December 2007, Ken D11-0014-0211.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Fall, I remember I realized I didn't ask your views on the last one.
No objections to both documents, Mr. President.
All right, okay. Admitted again as the next in the Sang defense exhibits.
Mr. Keegan-Katwa, I have a question about the ERN number. Is it 0010 or 0014?
It is Ken-D11-0014-0211.
Thank you very much. The public document KEN-D11-0014-0211 will bear the number EVD T D11-00045.
The next is audio of 24th December 2007, from which we played two audios, and it is Ken D11-0013-0053 being the audio itself, and its transcription and translation D11-0014-0193. Mr. President, we pray that the audio be allowed in on the premises that it is relevant to the issues to which Mr. Sang had to respond to. It has an indicia of reliability, and on the face of it, Mr. President, it is part of the items that were captured in the affidavit sworn by the
Mr. Lamon.
Yes, Mr. President.
Your Honours, the prosecution objects to this. We've been through this dance before, and the affidavit of Mr. Lamon is not admitted. When Mr. Lamon comes and testifies and authenticates these documents, at that time they can go in. But at this stage, we request that they be MFI'd. The witness, the evidence of the witness is that he didn't hear any of the items put to him, any of the audio clips. He's unable to identify them or in any way authenticate them. The only clip which he says he did hear, that's the clip of the 26th of November, where Mr. Sang allegedly mentioned that there was a truck carrying ballot boxes, was not put to him, interestingly, but he was unable to identify anything that was put to him. So we say that they should be MFI'd.
Mr. President, the Ruto defense has no objection to admission of the document.
Mr. President, we pray that the court considers admission of this document, this audio, and together with the transcription and the translation. We submit, Mr. President, that the audio answers very directly a proposition that the prosecution had made in terms of alleged criminal actions on the part of Mr. Sang. And the only way he could be able to answer to those allegations is to bring an audio that is very proximate to the allegation, and that is what he has done, Mr. President.
What did we do on the last occasion with these audios?
Your Honours, we MFI'd it, I believe.
Mr. President, this is what you said. We will admit the audio and the translation, and the witness's clarification that there is an identity of concepts between what he testified to be before in the sense of Kasafem being a cow is sufficient to warrant admission of evidence at this stage. What had happened, Mr. President, in that instance is that it was acknowledged that the witness could not recall. However, in his statement to the prosecution, he had said that Mr. Sang had used the word a cow, and he had given it a negative interpretation to suggest that Mr. Sang had committed a crime. And we said in the totality of all the audios that were in the custody of CAS, that was the only audio which had reference to a cow, and it was the nearest approximation that we had to answer the question as alleged by the prosecution.
But did we not, 1 second, it was also the case, was it not, that the admission was on the also based on the fact that you said that you will be producing Mr. Lamon?
I reiterate that undertaking, Mr. President, that we will produce Mr. Lamon to authenticate his affidavit and authenticate the audios. And we are very happy to have the audio admitted on that condition, Mr. President. Actually, I must admit that that was the condition under which you admitted it, that it was conditional on Mr. Lamon coming to...
But we'll do the same on this occasion. We will admit it on that basis.
The public document KEN D1100130053 will bear the number EVD T D11000046. The public document KEN D1100140193 will bear the number EVD T D11000047.
I take it, of course, Mr. Kigin Katwa, that this material is also covered in the affidavit of Mr. Lamon. Is that the case?
Yes, Mr. President. May I mention that the audio of the 24th is item number 48 in his affidavit, and the next item, the next audio which I pray to have admitted is item number 50 in his affidavit. It is the audio of the 25th December 2007. The audio itself is KEN D11-0013-0028. The transcription and the translation is KEN D11-0014-0209. We pray that it be admitted as Sang's defense exhibit, and we submit that it is relevant, and we also undertake that its admission can be conditional on our availing Mr. Lamon to establish the authenticity of both the audio and its affidavit.
Your Honor, the prosecution renews its objection. In my submission, the purpose of MFIing documents is to make a note on the record that they've been shown to the document, to the witness, subject to subsequent proof, which is exactly what the prosecution is proposing in this occasion. The prosecution objects also on the basis that we've been trying to arrange a meeting with Mr. Lamon now for some 5 months, and he's not yet agreed to meet with him to discuss the where these audios came from, what is the provenance of it, and to try and get some confirmation about their authenticity. We've been unable to do so. We renew our submission that only once that has been done should they be admitted. For the moment, they should be MFI'd. My understanding is that, my recollection, Your Honours, is that one of the previous audios, one of the many audios that has been put to witnesses, was admitted into evidence due to a connection with that particular witness. But for the rest, the fact that they were on Mr. Lamon's affidavit was not deemed to be sufficient for their admission into evidence. That's my recollection. I recall that a lot of them were only MFI'd, and this is certainly not the first audio that's been played.
What I seem to recall is when so many materials produced in this matter, what I seem to recall was that in the beginning there was no affidavit of Mr. Lamon, and at some point the affidavit of Mr. Lamon came in. I seem to recall that that's what happened.
Your Honours, that is my recollection, but my recollection is that it was not on the basis of the production of an affidavit that it was admitted. It was because of the connection between the audio and that particular witness that the audio went in.
All right, let's do this. The difficulty was that appeared to have been resolved at some point, was that affidavit being produced that indicated that somebody else will come later. Of course, some rulings were premised on that. So let's do the same on this occasion. We will admit it again on the basis that it was it is covered in the affidavit, and Mr. Lamon would
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
That's not, of course, to say that's the only reason. Mr. Steinberg is right that there had been a connection between the testimony and the witnesses and the audio or the material. But it isn't always the case that that's enough to bring the material in certain circumstances.
Indeed, Your Honours. I'll be frank about what is concerning me at this stage about admitting them in this fashion, is that come the end of the prosecution's case, the difference between MFIing a document and admitting it might be quite substantial when it comes to considering what evidence is to be taken into account in support of a no case to answer submission by the defense. So if these documents come in but they've not yet been authenticated, what is the status of those documents?
You can argue it at that point.
As court pleases.
Le document public KEN D11
Public
0028 will bear the number EVD T D11 00048. The document KEN D11 00140209 will bear the number EVD T D11 00049. Both documents are public.
Mr. President, may I start by correcting what is contained at page 116, line 8, which should read that it is item number 5050, not 15, not 15. Mr. President, I see time has expired. I also admit that I am way outside the time that I had requested for and extended. I very earnestly pray for another 15 minutes, Mr. President. I know I am stretching it a bit, but I very kindly request that there are just two other issues I want to cover, then I'm done, Mr. President. Not necessarily.
No, it will not happen today anyway. So let's take it up tomorrow. If you want to make that request, then we will think about it then. You posted the issue for us, so we'll think about it. But we must adjourn.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honour. I just, before Your Honour's rise, perhaps you might want to have a look into it. My record is that the affidavit of Mr. Lamon was not EVD'd, so that is not on the record. In fact, I'm told that it wasn't even MFI'd. So I'm not sure how that affidavit, which is not before the court, can provide the basis for the admission of all of these audios. But that's perhaps something that Your Honours might want to look at overnight.
The court will adjourn now.
All right, we'll